Okay, it is 9:03. I'm going to call the meeting to order. This is a special budget meeting. Supervisor Curl, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Chair, can I make an announcement?
Yeah.
I am going to be leaving at 11 o'clock for a NACO regional conference in Utah. I will attend remotely. I'm assuming we'll be in closed session at that point, but I will attend remotely for that. I just wanted to let everybody know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can we get a motion to acknowledge the certificate of posting, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
5-0, thank you. All right, now moving on to our regular agenda. I'll turn it over to you, CAO Espinosa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members. Appreciate you making it today for our special meeting. Thank you to the public and staff for being in attendance. Today is part 2 of a series of budget meetings that we're going to have for fiscal year 2023 and 2024. Today we will be highlighting the overall budget, staffing requests from department heads, as well as CIPs such as roads, bridges, and facilities. So those will be our main topics of conversation today, and we'll be asking your board to provide some direction with regards to that. So looking forward to the conversation with you. With regards to that, we have Ramon Aban. He's going to be presenting the actual staffing and overall budget with regards to the county and also the subvention funds. But we will also have Steve Loop. He'll be presenting our CIPs. And he scheduled a trip sometime back, and so he is on his way out. He's going to be doing something similar to you, Supervisor Crow, flying, so he could not reschedule, but we're glad to have him still remotely. So he is going to be attending remotely, and we have him on Zoom right now. So he's going to go ahead and start first due to logistics on his traveling. So with that, we're going to go ahead and invite Steve.
Can I interrupt really quickly and just say, so just so everybody understands how we're going to kind of do this today, I think we'll go through it and we'll break it down by section. So we'll hit positions first, then we'll hit capital projects, and then we'll go into road infrastructure. Between each section, we'll do public comment and get questions and comments from the board.
Thank you, and that's the one slight change I wanted to highlight. I think we're going to move the CIP, the roads, and the facilities first,
Okay.
just because of the logistics with Steve.
Okay, great.
He's going to be, he might be out of range later, so if we had him
Okay.
later, then he wouldn't be able to cover
Okay,
it. So,
great.
yeah, I appreciate that. So, Steve,
Everyone, can you hear me?
we can hear you.
Pardon me?
We can hear you fine, Steve.
Wonderful. Yeah, if someone can just bring up the slides, that would be wonderful. Thanks. All right, and so thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Sorry I'm remote, and but I think we can make this work. So first I just want to discuss just kind of an overview of where we've kind of been over the last year. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight is a lot of our grant projects that we receive actually have real short timelines, construction timelines. And so we are using our current JOC program, which started about in November, which is a job order contracting program, to implement a lot of those projects. And so far it's been going well. And so a lot of the projects you'll see as we discuss will actually be constructed by that program. And just a little bit of history on that program. The job order contracting, we went through a bid process to select 3 Class A and Class 3 contractors. And so now they're essentially on-call contractors that we're utilizing for a lot of our projects. So as we go into the next slide, one thing I try to do, working with Ramon, is if you see something highlighted in blue, and especially the blue column in the middle, that is essentially projects that could impact the general fund or have been approved to be used by the general fund. And so I'm going to kind of go through these projects a little bit quicker. And I'm trying to get a decent zoom because my phone is not zooming here. So let's see. While we do this, I'm going to turn on my laptop. But one thing to note that these projects that you're looking at in progress are ongoing, have zero impact on any general fund in the future. And so they've been allocated in the past and they're essentially ongoing. And do something real quick here. And actually, I'm trying to look through this list. Let's see. Of all the projects here that are ongoing, I'm not sure that any impact this discussion. And so we can actually go to the next slide and talk about some of the grant funded projects, please. Okay, so if you look to the column to the right, you'll see the different funding mechanisms that each of these grants.
Skipped over a whole page basically, and just kind of the highlights at least of what we're looking at possibly proposing.
Do you want to let Steve go through his presentation and then we can kind of go back?
Yeah, no, I understand, but he'd skip. That's fine. I thought that's fine. He's planning on going back to that, but
So what there maybe what we can do is have Steve go through this section here, and then we can go back line by line if you want to go
Okay.
back to it. That'd be fine if you have questions concerning it.
okay.
Yeah, and we can do it either way. We can go back to the previous slide, and I can go one by one if we want to look at projects that are sort of ongoing. That's fine.
Presenting, Steve, just go through them and highlight. You know, the first one's obviously a rollover, so if you want to go ahead and talk through those.
Yeah, so these are basically all rollover projects. I'll kind of summarize a few of the roof projects because they're wrapped up. We're trying to have the architect essentially design and construct the first project, which is the county admin building, and it also is in conjunction with sheriff. Has two parts of our RMA. Technically, our RMA building has two different sections that need assistance on the roof. So if you look at line item 1, and then the other county roof project, sheriff RMA, and then towards this third to last, the county roof project, sheriff training center. Those we're having an architect work on those projects in addition to the public works yard roof project. And so we're trying to save a little bit of county funding to have those all wrapped up into the same project. One thing I will mention is that preliminary roof costs for the sheriff training center and the public works sheriff RMA roof repair. The total budget, if you look there, there's 260,000 and then another 60,000. And our architect thinks it might be maybe 100,000 more than that, but we're trying to have him give us kind of a detailed report on the roof project. So just a little bit about that. Public Works Yard, we'll go back up to top. Public Works Yard security camera system. Essentially, we've had some break-ins at our Public Works Yard on Southside Road. And so a previous year's project allocated that amount of funding to move that forward. The Ag Commission has this project and also a garage project we'll talk about later. They just have some issues with their HVAC system and need a component repaired. Library doors, we have a requirement for our public facilities to upgrade the doors. And so the library doors have not been upgraded to meet ADA standards. So that'll be about a $20,000 charge there, jumping over the roofs. So we've been trying to make some progress on this jail mold abatement for the interior offices. We have funding and we just need to move that project forward because the old jail has a lot of issues that we'll talk about as we go through the list. And The sheriff's office, they need special lockers to store evidence. So that's what that 25,000 is for. And so Office of Emergency Services, we need to relocate their emergency desks and computers over to the sheriff, because last year we actually built a sheriff's area for that. We did some interior improvements at the sheriff's office to move some of the emergency responder computers and laptops and stations. And so once we move those out of there, it's going to be 50,000 just to remodel the OES offices. I don't know if you've been in there, but they just have some issues with their flooring and a little bit on their ceiling. And so that's those items. So I'll pause there if you want to talk about this slide.
Madam Chair, may I go? On the library doors, is there a reason that we're not wrapping that into the future library project?
Yeah, good question. So great question. Those are just the existing doors, and the expansion will occur at a different part of the library.
Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure that we weren't kind of double doing, because if it is something that you could consolidate with that to save money, I think that would be a good call.
Yeah, good question. But those are just the existing entrance into the library off of, yeah, current doors.
Madam Chair. And then, so these are all, every dollar is accounted for from last year. I'm assuming that it was just
Correct.
From basically put into the reserve, and now we're rolling all of it over?
Yeah, these are just all in progress, but they were previously approved either last year and a couple actually 2 years ago, I think, before I was employed here. But they all been approved and they've all been allocated into the general fund. So we're not requesting any new general funds for these projects.
And but you did mention possibly an additional $100,000 on one of them.
Well, we're going through the roof design with the architect, and he's just being engaged again to do a new sort of another analysis. But the preliminary report we got, the roofs were about 100,000 more than we have budgeted for the sheriff RMA building specifically. So.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll see where that goes. You bet. Shall I go to the next slide?
Please.
Great. Okay. Kind of run through these quick as well. These are all essentially grant funded, non-general fund requests. So phase one of the tiny homes up on the South Side Road is almost complete. We're trying very hard to complete it. And I think within the next 2 months, the first 5 homes will be finished. We will not inhabit families yet because we'll be doing construction for phase 2, which is that $2.3 million grant. And that will add another 11 homes up there. Library kiosk, it's kind of on hold. We're working out some grant and funding paperwork issues. The unit has been ordered. We've paid 50% of the unit, and the unit's ready to be delivered, the kiosk unit. And as soon as we work out some of that paperwork, then we will have them deliver it to the site. It's actually ready in 2 days to be delivered. And then the first thing we have to do before we have it delivered, we have to build a concrete slab. So long story short, once we get through the paperwork, hopefully within about 5 or 6 weeks, that project should be completed. Jail sewer vent, just a little vent that needs to be replaced. Let's see. Election doors, camera security system, and hall records elections first floor. We're working on those projects currently with an architect. Similarly with juvenile hall, tenant improvements phase 1, it's essentially flooring and walls. And we're working with a jock contractor to get that installed. And phase 2 is a little more security improvements, in addition to some improvements for the juvenile hall folks at the facility to help them with some recreational facilities and things. So that's the 475,000. And there'll be some security upgrades as well in that grant for PWB 2304. Homeless shelter improvements, we intend to be finished with all the interior improvements within the next couple of days, which is great. So the homeless shelter had new floors and paint and a few other small items interior wise. And so that's kind of part A, phase 1 of the homeless shelter. And then part B is a new roof. And so that will take a few more months to get the roof installed, but that's progressing. We're also using a jock contractor for the homeless shelter. Chappelle Road, county purchased 2 buildings on Chappelle Road, which is kind of located off of San Felipe, sort of near the airport. And the larger building, we are doing tenant improvements to that building, and hopefully that will be used for transitionary housing to have a family or 2 families actually live into that building. And then we're hopefully using that site for some other grant funding moving forward on some even like bigger, you know, housing projects for folks that need some assistance. But yeah, so that's a remodel of a kind of a large residence on that road. RMA admin document control, that's just an ARPA project where we have to make some more progress scanning our documents. Sheriff had purchased a morgue a while back, and we're finally getting into the electrical upgrades. So we're within a few weeks, hopefully, of actually having that new morgue useful and being able to be utilized. There's a smaller one right adjacent to it, but anyways, we're hoping to have the large one provided power within the next few weeks. And then the last item is a walk-in freezer. It's 30 years old. It needs to be replaced. It's barely functioning. It's functioning, but not well. And so that is being paid by the jail impact fee. So I'll pause there for questions on the slide.
No questions. Go ahead and move forward.
All right. Okay. This one, this slide shows the items that will generally, almost all of them, have an impact on the general fund this year and moving forward. And I think that the goal for this discussion today with the board is just kind of walk you through the items and not necessarily have to make decisions, but maybe answer questions. And as CAO mentioned earlier, this is, we have other meetings subsequent to this meeting where we'll finalize the budget. Treasurer's Office's Hall of Records, they're doing kind of an interim security fix because they have like a few thousand to do this very minimal security treatment on their windows. But in order to kind of glaze all the windows in that area and make it secure and hopefully even decrease a little bit of the heat and sunlight that gets into the office, that's a project that's been requested for that amount. The Ag Commissioner has a garage remodel. So the Ag Commissioner has a new weight truck that does weighting things and measures weights of things. And so it's a little bit too large for the existing garage. And so they need to modify the garage, essentially lift the roof a bit to fit their new truck. Treasurer Tax Collector Security System, I guess that's pretty straightforward. The jail also has its ice maker that's on the fritz and not reliable. And ice at a jail, especially during summertime, obviously is an important unit. So there's a couple of units here a couple items here that we're going to talk about that pertain to the overall old jail HVAC system, which is basically just a lot of kind of swamp cooler window units and things, because the old jail is decades old. And so this air handler system replacement, this will be a fix to keep the current units operational for $200,000. And we'll talk about a bigger item later to just replace all the HVAC system, but that's to keep the current units operational. So having this alternate dispatch site activated over at the sheriff's office that I mentioned earlier. So the first item was to remodel OES. This item is actually to get all the units operational and functional at the current sheriff, and that's PWB 2340. The jail boiler one of them is barely functional, and so we have reached out to multiple vendors, and the best price that we could find was the $130,000. And we really need it because we've done some temporary fixes on the current boilers, and one of them is, according to mechanical folks, so we had actually assess the boiler. Could last for a few months, could last for a few days. So that's the PWB 2341. The trash grinder. So unfortunately, folks at the jail, tenants at the jail, tend to place all kind of items into our pipes and systems, and so we have this very large grinder that tends to need a lot of attention with maintenance and folks coming to fix it. And so we want to have a more robust grinder ready to be installed, because we've had some issues where the sewer has just about backed up and overflowed. We've been able to, we have solutions to avoid that, but long story short, the existing trash grinder for the jail, we recommend that replacement. The sheriff has requested security windows and lobby glass at the sheriff's office. Department of Education relocation remodel. This is actually, we thought it was going to be more. We thought it might be up to 400,000, but really this item goes with the red item down below that we're going to talk about, which is Office of Education interior improvements. When we walked the site, we do not think it will cost 400,000, and do not even recommend that general funds be allocated to this item. So I think 2316, PWG 2316 will just be eliminated based on our site visit and discussions with staff and Office of Education. We'll talk about that more as we get to the red items down below. The district attorney office did some research. They wanted 2 more office spaces for their staff, for 2 staff, and they obtained some quotes, and that would be about $50,000 to just maximize the space they have while adding 2 new units or staff space areas. The old jail, the roof has issues that if we want to just keep the existing roof functional, we recommend some downspout repairs and just the way the whole system works, because that roof, just to optimize or keep it functional, I should say, we think those improvements will cost 150,000. We'll talk about the roof in a second. Just to replace it, the economizer repair, that is actually related to an energy unit that monitors energy at the jail, and actually just different, almost all the items, or excuse me, almost all the systems at the jail are monitored with this economizer. And so we just want to replace the unit instead of repairing it. Should say replacement, not repair. Bollards, it's a pretty small item, but it is a request, and it's just to block off essentially an electrical unit so that vehicles cannot impact the unit. So here's kind of a big one, and we don't expect any decisions today, and we're still actually working out some of the funding, and even on the notes, I would just disregard the notes and just look at the funding general fund request and the non-general fund request. So the sheriff and all the folks at the old jail have, for I guess a year or more, asked for the old HVAC system, or the old air conditioning system, to be replaced with this new system. And in doing that, you really have to replace a roof at the same time. So just for numbers to break down, that we've got a quote for the HVAC system to have a brand new HVAC system installed, that would be 1.5 million, and then the roof itself would be about $1 million. So the total is 2.5. And so we think, although I have to confirm with the sheriff how much non-general fund sources can be allocated. So this is more of just a heads up, and we'll actually be sending a separate email with breakdown, because it's a bigger item. Once we know exactly how many non-general funds and how many general funds will be requested to replace a roof and the HVAC system, we'll forward that to the board, and we'll obviously discuss it at our subsequent meeting. But to give you the actual numbers, but ballpark numbers, we think non-general fund can be contributed. It's about $500,000, and the rest would be from the general fund. And ever since I've been here, which is last 2.5 years, every summer the jail, it's a problem, and those old units really do not provide great, they just need to be replaced. I'll leave it at that. And so it's a big item, but we recommend that both the roof and the HVAC system are replaced. Old jail just has real carpeting, so it's just a small area. It's about 5,000. Sheriff has a little bit larger. They're requesting new carpeting, 16,000. Now, so the highlighted items in red, they're going to pertain to the library expansion, and so that's why I highlighted them in red. So we'll talk about the library expansion in a moment, and it's also highlighted in red. So, in order for the library to expand, we have to relocate both the Office of Education staff that are currently there, as well as library staff that are currently inhabiting the library. So, to relocate Office of Ed into the old, soon-to-be vacated Child Support Services building, we walked that building with a bunch of folks, and we think that those improvements to make that functional and usable, kind of to basic, building standards for the Office of Ed folks, it'll be about 150,000. And so we'll do that, if the board approves that activity and that funding amount. As soon as the Child Support Services improvements are finished, they're almost complete actually, and they're not even, I don't think they're even on this list anymore, because they'll be completed, I think, before the end of the fiscal year. So child support is moving their whole staff into half of their building. And so that vacated part we intend to use for Office of Education, which is currently residing in the library. Similar with Rosa Murata. We've done some site visits, and we need to find a location for library staff to locate to when the library is being remodeled. And both these items are, a little bit towards the end of the fiscal year. They don't have to happen right now, but we do need to find a location for library staff as well. So if we remodel the Rosa Murata site, which is an old abandoned preschool, nice building, good bones, but the interior needs some help, and exterior is going to need some help. And talking with some folks, we think it'll at least to get that usable and relocatable for us, the library folks, it'll be about 300,000. And then the county council has requested carpet and painting, and I will pause there for questions.
Steve, can you help me understand, as you were describing the spreadsheet, the top half right above where it says the DA space maximization, you were giving us all of the issues with the ice maker, the air handler, and that. Is that at the old jail or the new jail?
Pretty much everything with air and air systems is the old jail.
Okay, and then the lines below the DA is also the old jail expenses, correct?
Correct. Yeah, and sorry, I'll clarify that on the next slide so you'll know old jail, new jail. So good question.
I had mislabeled this. Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Yeah, I had a couple questions, Steve. So the item, the sheriff department, they want new glass in the lobby. Can you explain that one a little bit?
Correct. So when you essentially enter the sheriff's department, they feel that the entrance door area and the security window itself need to be a higher security level. And I don't have the details on it, actually. I received the request, but so that was just kind of basic overview. We need security upgrades at that entrance area. What I can do afterwards, Supervisor Zanger, is provide a little more detail on that so that the board can make a decision on moving forward. So.
Okay, and so that would be because it's 300,000. Is that just, I guess it's like safety glass? It's bulletproof. Is that why the cost is where it is there for glass?
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Okay. And then I have some more thoughts. I'll come back to me. I have some more thoughts, but I'll let the rest of the board.
Sounds good.
Steve, yeah, I had the same question as Supervisor Zanger on the price of that lobby glass, so I'd like to come back to that when we have a moment. The DA's office space maximization and the refresher of it, because I can't say that word. I don't know why. I'm tied today. What does that include?
So basically, they have sort of an open area in one part of their office, and they would like to place essentially a divider, real basic desk setup, and a wall, and just use this one kind of open area and create 2 office spaces out of it. That's all that is.
One of my questions is, does this include all of the departments' CIPs?
It does. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that. The answer is yes.
Okay, I'll come back to that.
Okay.
That's it.
And there's a few more coming up on the non-general funding sources, but for the ones that need new funds from the general fund, these are the ones we're looking at. So.
And I know that there's some other areas where, I mean, we still have the asbestos issue in the Hall of Records. Sorry, I keep harping on that building. I had to work in it. I know how bad it is. Are any of those budgeted for the future or being addressed one day?
Yeah, and I'll have to get back to you on the asbestos specifically, because that one's like a multi-answer on that one. But just to answer somewhat of the question, we made a site visit to assess asbestos the floors and the walls and the ceiling. We have a report. We think we need to do another report to assess that and then kind of bring to the board what we think needs to happen. But basically the next step in the process is to update the hazardous materials report that was done a few years back, and that's what we're working on. So.
Okay, that's all I have right now.
Madam Chair. Yeah, so the online version, unless I'm mistaken, has it been updated since, because I have a paper version here. I had to ask Supervisor Gonzalez to point out a couple things that weren't on the online version. So
It got updated this morning about 8:30.
Oh, because I just pulled it up and it was a little bit ago when the meeting started, and it's the red ones aren't on there, and I didn't know about the 2.5 million until it was mentioned here today. So just another, encouragement to please have these agendas with the accurate information and get these things in beforehand, because I shouldn't be showing up and finding out about a $2.5 million request like this. As far as, okay, so the Ag Commissioner's Office, the truck for $75,000. So I'm just curious, how much did that truck cost? And if there's somebody that can answer, Steve or somebody, how much did that truck cost? And it just seems, something's off here. So we're spending $75,000 to upgrade a garage for a truck. I don't know how much that truck costs. Why did we buy a truck that was basically too big? And now we're upgrading the garage and spending $75,000 on it. Can somebody please explain that to me?
So I'll have to talk to Ken, the Ag Commissioner, about the price of the truck. But we did speak about the size and the needs to upgrade the garage, and perhaps, I don't know if this is true, but perhaps it sounds like maybe the truck was slightly larger than we thought, or I don't know if we took accurate measurements on the garage when that process occurred. But I'll get the price of the truck from you and send a separate email to Supervisor Kosmicki.
I think that's something that I just, it doesn't make sense for us to upgrade a garage for one truck that was too big. And then the Department of Education remodel, I'm just wondering where we might be at with this, looking into examining the future of this arrangement. And this might be a Barbara question. And if you can't say much, then I get it. But I'm just, spending $150,000 or $400,000 on a remodel when I'm of the hope that we can get ourselves out of this arrangement at some point. It doesn't seem to make any sense that we are housing the Department of Education to begin with. I know it's been there for 70 years. It's been a long-standing relationship, but I'm just a little hesitant to spend a whole ton of money on a remodel if it's potentially not necessary. I don't know if you can comment or not on that, or is that?
Yeah, I won't be able to comment on that, but perhaps Barbara Ray would like to comment.
Yeah, I'm happy to meet with a couple of the supervisors and Ray to talk about that, but it is an issue that in order to have the Office of Education to go independent, there has to be a mutually agreed upon agreement for them to be independent. We're one of the few counties that have a dependent, like, not an independent Office of Education, and we do need to kind of work with them to move them independent at some point, and we have so we're working on that, but when we'll get you another update.
And this has to do with, so we're not leaving the public in the, in the gray area here. This has to do with legislation from 1950 something, and why are we still one of the few counties that's?
And you're right, it was decades ago, probably around the 50s or 60s. It was many, many, many decades ago, where there was an opportunity, or most of the office counties have Office of Educations that went independent, and ours never formally did. This has been researched in the past. As a result, we still house the Office of Education.
And we pay their utilities and everything like that?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, just so the public's aware of that. And then the old jail repairs, so the jail itself, this is why I was frustrated, it's not a clerk issue. Having all the numbers available before the meeting is definitely preferred. And I know that's not the clerk, you're just doing your job uploading the latest, what you're getting, but the jail, the $2.5 million for the jail, I just am wondering, just generally, what are we doing with this building? We've talked in the past that it's basically unusable, I guess, or what are we doing with the jail building, and what's the goal here with potentially doing all these repairs at that building?
Well, I think we'd have to have maybe a broader discussion, even bring it up to the facilities group regarding, the old jail, and if it's worthwhile using. And I think we'd have to obviously get sheriff, probations, all kinds of folks involved with just how we can staff folks and what the needs are there in that respect. So, but if we want to keep it functional and use it, worthwhile with the building that's there, if we need to keep it, I think the main repair is just obviously the roof and the HVAC. So, 4 or 5 of those smaller items would actually go away if the board decides moving forward to replace the roof and the HVAC system. So, but I think that's a good discussion for the facilities group, Supervisor Kosmicki, to strategize and do that ASAP. So.
A request. And what we need to do is we need to, if we want to delve into that a little bit more, I think Steve's accurate in stating that we should probably invite, the sheriff and all of safety to discuss this further. But there still is a requirement to have that building functioning for those individuals that have serious crimes or there's serious issues. So the new building is a rehabilitation center. It's a transitional center. So to answer your question is, yeah, we still need to have.
And I'm sorry, for some reason I was thinking of the old sheriff's office.
The old one, like
Yeah,
the one right here.
Oh, no.
Oh yeah, no, we're not.
Oh, okay, I apologize.
We're not touching that.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. And that's why I'm thrown off seeing 2.5 million, and we've
Yeah,
talked
no.
about that building, the old one.
It's
Okay.
It's the
okay.
existing.
Well, that makes more sense. I apologize for that. And then the library staff at Rosa Murata. So how quickly do we need to get that building into, shape to house the library staff? And then I also, thinking ahead, are we going to look at, and this is more of a library budget issue, but are we going to look at kind of toning back a bit on library while we move folks over there, for the year or two, as far as, books we're buying and all this stuff, just considering it's going to be kind of a makeshift operation for a year or two?
I would just say from an operational point of view, there's going to be a transition. We have 2 mobile vehicles that we can use and strategize different locations and publicize those, as well as potentially using a brick and mortar building like the Rosa Morada building. And that's what Steve is talking about. Now, Steve, I'm going to ask you to answer that question on timing. I know that the RFP is going out for the CM, for the construction management, and that's probably going to be out for a month or so to get feedback. And at that point, we have to move forward with that rather quickly because we have so much time on the grant funds to expend that. So, to go ahead, Steve.
So timing on the library. As we go through the architect selection process and the construction management process, we're going to have an architect complete the 30% plans by November of this year, 2023 November. And those 30% plans allow us to go out for a design build contract because that provides a framework for the library expansion. So county should select the design bid firm after that, so that'll be about January. That firm would complete designs by July of 2024. August 2024, construction begins, and March 2026, construction is completed. So that's kind of the general time frame over the next 2 years, 2.5 years.
Supervisor Gonzalez, did you have a comment?
My question was that if we can just continue the conversation regarding the jail and the library expansion, moving them to Rosa Morada at the facilities meeting. Both Supervisor Cosmic and I are on that, and that's why I asked the question previously about was this the old jail or the new jail, because I couldn't see spending so much money on a new facility, and I wanted clarity. But I think the move from the library to Rosa Morada wasn't really decided on at the facilities meeting. So I don't want to jump the gun yet, and I would like to have this conversation brought back to the facility so we can talk about that rather than using the budget time for this. Yeah, because I have questions too.
One more thing I want to add, and I didn't preface that in the beginning of the meeting, is that this is our second meeting, special meeting. There have been times, depending on where we end up at today, coming back in June the 13th, to kind of wrap up and having that usually in the afternoon session, just to kind of finalize some of these things, some of the questions that the board members may have, or wrap up some items to finalize the budget. So that's what we typically do. Especially if there's questions or things that we don't have answers for, or there's work that needs to be done still. So I just wanted to preface that, make sure that the board understands that we most likely will have to come back on the first meeting in June prior to our special meeting in June 26th. I think it's 26th. Yeah, 26th. So that was it. I just wanted to highlight that. So.
I have more.
Supervisor Curl?
You want to go first?
Just logistically, real quick. So just on that note, so just to be clear, each of these items will come back individually. We'll have a chance to actually take
On the
a
26th.
decision-making.
Yeah, on the 26th, your board will be approving all of the items. I mean, department, everything. This is a request. These are requested items from the departments today.
But at this point, we're not really deciding. We're not saying yes.
Well,
or
yeah,
no.
and I think on the 26th, if you guys say, yeah, that's important, I think in general, you guys have, the board has provided us pretty good direction on what's important, what's not important. But we have a lot on our plate to discuss with regards to the overall budget and what we can afford. And I think that's what we need to really wrap up, and I believe we probably need to do that on June 13th, at the first meeting in June. So the answer to your question is yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, Steve. I'm looking at some of these items like the boiler, the jail boiler, and it says general fund. And I know we discussed about insurance from Trindell on the boiler. Is that something that you're going to be pursuing or that it may qualify for?
We have pursued it, and initial response is the insurance won't qualify for the replacement and the major repair that we need. But we did look into that.
is there a reason we can't use jail impact fees instead of general fund?
Um, well, I think the way, I'll say this, the way the jail views it is, it's not an impact fee type of issue where you have, I'll look into the use of the impact fee, but their opinion is that it should be replaced from the general fund. So.
Typically, and just out, if I may, Madam Chair, typically impact fees are used for new growth. So if there's any new growth, so it could be a new building, i.e. the new rehabilitation center that we have. It could be expanding for that growth. So it's not for operations of existing facilities typically. Really, that's not not typically. That's the way it should be for impact fees. The usage.
Yeah, on impact fees, typically on these types of funds, you have a list of restrictions of what you
Yes.
can and can't do. If at all we can use it, I want to use that as opposed to saying the staff is not wanting to use those fees, because coming from the recorder's office and knowing my recorder trust accounts, I know when I wanted to use them and when I didn't want to use them. So if there's some wiggle room, I'd like to use it, just because I'd like to get some of it out of the general fund, so that we can have some relief here on such a huge list. My next one was, I agree, thank you, Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Gonzalez, for clarifying. I wanted to make a friendly comment that this is not the jail on this block, this is the jail out by the airport, so that it's understood. I would like to be on that meeting, Barbara, with Supervisor Kosmicki about the jail. I'd like to be a little more informed about why we can't utilize the new jail as much, and if it's a staffing issue, to be able to utilize it and be more productive. During our tour when we were candidates, or no, we were supervisor-elects, we did a tour, and I really want to find a way that we can utilize the facilities that we have more efficiently if possible. And if we have to somehow fund a staff member for that, I don't know what the problems are. I'd just like to learn more about that, if I could be on that. And then my last thing is on the Office of Ed, and I'm sorry, I wrote the note to talk about the Office of Ed, and it escapes me. I'm sorry, so I'll have to come back to that.
And Madam Chair, if I may answer or just highlight a couple things. So we will make sure that happens, Supervisor Crowe, as well as we'll really look at the impact fees a little closer. And I think you bring up some very good points with regards to how there can be a nexus with some of these things that we have to look at, I think, a little bit more closer, sharpen our pencil on that. And then with regards to the Office of Ed, County Council and I have been discussing this for a bit now, trying to do some research on that, and I think we should be bringing that to the board soon. So we'll have a more in-depth discussion with you about it.
That was my question, the Office of Ed, and learning more, and maybe having a board education about the history of that, but also what the impacts are if we do separate financially for us, because I think there's some impacts on our end, so just weighing out the pros and the cons.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Yep, Supervisor Zanger?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to just put it out there when we're talking about all these different improvements for different buildings and apartments. I'm going to be thinking about this part of the budget and the other part of the budgets in terms of road, miles per road. So everything I'm seeing here is I'm calculating it not into dollars, but into road repair. So we need to keep that in mind, I think. I know the roads are the big deal, but there's some of this stuff, you cut out some of these things that really aren't, in my opinion, necessary, and I just cut out like a few that I thought were necessary, and you almost have, close to $3 million saving from the general fund specifically. So just as we go through this, I'm just throwing it out, if I seem apprehensive to a lot of this stuff, it's just because I'm thinking about road repairs, which we all desperately need more than a lot of other things, I think. So that's all.
Madam Chair. And I guess up to piggyback, because I wasn't sure if we were doing questions and then providing our thoughts. And I think we should provide our recommendations today so that the staff can bring back something that's closer to what we might actually approve. And so if on that note, I'm just wondering, because it is related, what general fund dollars are we gonna have available for road repairs once the current allocation is done? And because the overall picture, that I'm thinking of the overall picture here, and can someone clarify, I think it's within a couple years when Measure G is actually going to be completely shifted over to Highway 25 expansion, so then that's another $3 to $4 million that's gone for local road repairs. We have to keep these things in mind. We can't just approve everything that comes before us. So go ahead, if you could answer.
I would just, if you, I would ask of the board if we can hold on that question with roads, because we have that as
Yeah,
future
thank you.
slides. And then maybe we can
Okay,
then
yeah.
go back to that.
Sure. I'll come back to the road part, but I just want to say, we do have 3 new members here, that, typically this is a wish list. This is not, we have to approve all these things. To me, expenses are growing faster than revenues. We're headed toward, potentially some huge firestorms here financially for the county, and that's putting aside the possibility of the overall economy going south. Our budget numbers are not adding up, and so if we keep adding expenses, I guess I'll get to that more when we talk about the employee requests. But I just, want to put it out there that for me, any facility improvements at this point really need to be absolutely essential for me to support them, because anything that we're putting toward facilities, we're deferring the roads. So we have to decide, are we going to defer, having nicer carpet in the offices, or are we going to defer fixing roads that are in terrible shape? And so I'll come back to the road part later, but I do just want to put that out there that this is typically a wish list, and I do actually think facilities committee, whether I was on it or 2 other people were on it, I think facilities should get a look at this stuff and give firmer recommendations on what is absolutely essential, what is somewhat essential, what is sort of a luxury. Thank you very much.
And I just wanted to add, I echo that about the facilities, seeing this, but if we could just hold our thoughts for a little bit, because there's 3 segments, and this is just the first segment, and the roads are following this report. So let's just kind of wait till it's presented before we go off the handle.
All right, Steve, if we can move forward.
Yeah. So again, the items you're looking on in green are all funded by the departments. I'll go through these quickly. There's a garden program to help inmates learn some of those skills. There's a small landscape project, a parking lot project, a playground at the jail that we may or may not move forward, depending on what our risk management folks have to say. Lockers for the locker rooms, and one gate that we put on here because it's a fund that was generated by the CSA, but it's not their normal CSA funds. They actually had a special assessment that they wanted to install a gate over at the Dunville folks. And then the last one, so library expansion. I kept this one as, recommended projects, non-general fund, but we've all kind of agreed at this point that the general fund would grant, 2.45 million. And basically we have a $10 million, I'm rounding the numbers. We have a $10 million grant. We need to match 50%. Half's coming from ARPA at 2.5 million. And the general fund's kicking in about another 2.5 million. So I just highlighted in red because it goes with those other 2, interior remodels that we discussed previously. So I'll pause there.
Go ahead, Steve, continue.
Okay, next slide, please. All right. So parks, I did previously, and I take responsibility for doing some of these last minute revisions, so I apologize. The jail, I'll just say the jail HVAC system was something when I discussed with our staff and jail folks, it seemed to be much more urgent than just doing kind of a temporary fix. And so that's why I put that 2.5 million in for the jail. But regarding parks, Riverview Regional Park is cranking along. We actually have about a little over 3 million in grants, and then We also have 3 million park impact funds, so about 6 million used for that project. Sunnyside Park, it's also in the final design phase. We're going to be ordering some playground equipment. That's for a park near Sunnyside Estates, kind of near the Hospital Road Bridge. It's a 2-phase park, and the first phase will be installed for Sunnyside Estates. And then historical park bathroom, funded by ARPA funds, as well as the existing bathroom upgrade, which is mostly ADA upgrades to the existing bathroom at Veterans Park. We also have a similar, well, I'll just go in order. So Veteran Park, lightings, resurfacing, signing, striping. So unfortunately, we thought that would be more like 350,000 to do resurfacing of the parking lot with lighting. The lighting itself is almost 300,000. So fortunately, there's enough park impact funds for new construction, as Ray mentioned earlier, which are new lighting at the park. So we can use park impact funds for that delta there at Veterans Park. Historical Park, yeah, it's an ADA upgrades. We have the design plans done, so we're going to be moving into construction. The potable water, we're still researching the best way to install units so that there'll be potable water available at the historical park. And then the park itself got a small grant to do some ADA upgrades to the existing play structure at the historical park. So I'll pause there.
Go ahead and continue.
All right, we're going to jump into the roads and bridges. So one thing to note on all these, well, not all these slides, till we get to the last slide, and even the last slide, these projects do not impact the general fund. So we broke between SB1 funds, which is a gas tax, Measure G funds, and various other funding sources. All these projects are non-general fund because the last slide that we talked about, the previous Board of Supervisors allocated some general funds in addition to some benefit fees. And we'll talk about that as we go on. So I've actually gone through the majority of these projects during the previous meeting. So let me see if there's anything that needs to jump out on this one. No, these, we have, I will say with our bridge projects, we'll talk about in a minute, that there are 2 bridge projects that we're building with Measure G, the Carr Ave and the Cienega Bridge, which we'll talk about in a moment. Those are not part of the highway bridge program because they're not large enough. And so when we rebuild them, we will build them so that they qualify for the highway bridge program. And therefore, 20, 30 years from now, when they possibly need to have some improvements, then that program will be allowed to, give them funds. So we can go next slide unless there's questions on this slide. Okay. So let's see. I guess there's not a bunch to say on this slide either. We can go to the next slide if you want. Okay, SB1. Let's see if there's one thing to know about SB1 is we get about 2.6 million a year on SB1. And so one thing you'll note down below that's added into a future project of 25-26 is, and 24-25, we're going to be allocating some funds from SB1, which is a gas tax, to Coalinga Road and Pinoch Road because they're just in real bad shape, essentially. And I know that's kind of been one of the areas that have been hit really hard by the storms. It's not even just the roads themselves, but the storms have been hit. Unfortunately, the roads, we've already replaced the pipes that got damaged by the storms, but and now it's just a lot of large potholes that are getting really large. And there's some residents that are having difficulty just driving in those areas. So we added those to the SB1 list for 24-25 and 25-26. Just want to highlight that. We can go to the next slide unless there's questions on the slide. Okay.
I'm looking at the list, and on the SB1 funding, was Bellotto Road in Tres Pinos included in that at some point?
I will check. And I will check. You think they was supposed to be in the SB1 funds, Commissioner?
I thought it was. I just in my conversations with former Supervisor Tiffany. So if we could go back and just double check that, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely. And Supervisor Crow, if you could perhaps email me as well, so give me a reminder on that one. Thank you.
I will do that.
Thank you. Okay, so enterprise funds are generated from landfill funds, and we do have a portion of Fairview that'll be constructed during the next year from Orchard to Comstock. There's also some other portions of Fairview in here as well that will be built with some other funds as well, including the intersections at Fairview Fallon and Comstock, Pace, Fairview. So we've kind of already talked about some of those. And so I think we've talked about most of these projects. We can probably go to the next slide unless there's questions.
I have a quick question. On the enterprise funds, if the expansion doesn't go through, does that mean the funds stop? The enterprise funds?
We have this amount of funding. I'll say that, the 1.4 million. If I don't know exactly where we're at, there was a commitment of $2 million of road funds, and they've made operators have made most of those payments. And I definitely know that revenue that can be used for roads obviously would pretty much disappear if the expansion doesn't go forward. But as far as enterprise, I don't know. For maybe if Ray wants to jump in on that one, how much more funding happens if there is no expansion. So, I'll pause.
All right, Steve, continue.
Or we can move. I'm sorry, go ahead. Right.
Go ahead and continue, Steve.
Okay, next slide. Okay, let's see. CSA, CFDs, general fund, grants. I think we've reviewed all these funds. One thing to note was I did, per a couple of requests from different residents and some safety issues, we did add guardrails to, I think it was it SB1 or Measure G? I'll have to go back, I apologize. It's difficult to read. Well, long story short, there is a guardrail project that I added into here for Buena Vista Road and Anzar Road and additional road, but we can just move forward through these. I don't need to rehash those. I think I actually mentioned those in my previous presentation. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Okay, general funds benefit fees. So as Supervisor Kazmicki mentioned correctly previously, the previous board actually allocated a total of, I think it's approximately 28 million of funds. And those aren't all general funds. Some of those are benefit fees from a large development fee that's going to be given to the county within the next couple months, as well as perhaps some litigation settlements that were provided to the county. But the same exact amount, 28 million, over these 4 years, because this started actually last year, so they end, as Supervisor Kosminski mentioned, in 25-26, are all well-needed projects. And one thing to note in this year, 23-24, we just basically rolled over some 22-23 funds into 23-24, and we moved some funds from 24-25 into 23-24 specifically for the San Juan Bautista force main project where you see $4 million. I believe it's third or fourth from the bottom. That 4 million was actually spread over the next 2 years. However, that project said, I coordinated with the city engineer and the city manager of San Juan, and they think they might actually complete all those improvements before July of next year. Now, if they don't, it'll go back to where we originally thought it would be 2 or 3 million. We originally allocated 2 million this year and then 2 million fiscal year 24-25. But in coordination with them, they think it'll all be completed by July of next year, which would be wonderful. It's about a year from now. What that is, and I just want to kind of highlight that one. It's a sewer main that starts in San Juan Bautista and heads all the way over to the Hollister treatment plant. And it's going to be rebuilding, multiple roads along the corridor that's kind of parallel and north of Highway 156. There's about 6 road segments. And so a few of those road segments are in pretty good shape and we're not going to rebuild them, but the majority, I'll say 80% of those roads are in real bad shape. And so instead of just repaving, reconstructing one side of the road where the sewer main is going to be constructed, which San Juan Bautista will pay for, we've allocated through the Board of Supervisors to also repave and reconstruct both lanes. It's a 2-lane corridor, essentially. And so that's going to be a real good project we're looking forward to. It's actually a little bit ahead of schedule. And so, so I will pause there for questions on this slide.
If I may, Madam Chair, I just wanted to add a couple more points to the reserves. I know that Supervisor Kosmicki was asking a little bit about it with regards to the roads and the relationship to that. We do have traffic impact fees for 156, which that we allocated. Your board actually approved that at the last meeting, if I recall correctly, about $5.4 million. So I believe we have about 6.6 million left in that 156 traffic impact fee. With regards to the benefit package, the benefit fee package, that was with regards to a San Juan Oaks development agreement project for the adult living
Community.
project, and that basically is approximately $6 million that Steve had just mentioned, along with potentially using up traffic impact fees for that particular project as part of a benefit package that they would leverage CSCDA on bonding, which we can then put it back into our road projects for the community. That would be a community benefit, and so there's some dollars there as well that I know Steve's been working with CSCDA as well as with the developers with San Juan Oaks and Ramon as well. Additionally, there was approximately $15 million of a litigation settlement through the tax. We had a tax sharing agreement that we actually won that case. So we have about approximately $15 million or so. So there was a significant amount of money that we had on the prior board requested to be diligent and work hard on addressing our roads. So that's why we have a pretty solid road project plan over the next 5 years, and that's utilizing those funds. So I just want to be a little more clear with regards to how the funding was going to work and what the plan was with regards to that. It's more one-time money, and it's for addressing these roads. So that's all I wanted to share. All right, so if there's any other questions, or if not, we'll have Ramon get up and speak. Maybe this might be a good time too to maybe break with the public and maybe ask the public for a comment.
And if I could interject just a second, it goes back a little bit here on the facilities issue. That when it said county council, it said 80,000, but that wasn't for county council, that's for all of upstairs. I know that, I believe Public Works linked county council and the auditor's office all into one thing. Our office does not need that amount of work. There's minor issues with carpet, and we're just setting some issues out there to be done at some point in the future. It doesn't have to be done this year or anything, but just to let you know that.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to public comment for Steve's part of the presentation.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. No public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Madam
And
Chair,
I will-
I did
oh.
have one, yeah, I did want to, we didn't get a chance there. So yeah, I appreciate what you mentioned. You kind of rounded up what we did last year, but my question was, what available dollars do we have right now going forward after we spend this $28 million on, because on the road repair program, because my understanding is when we did that, you know, we also adopted a reserve policy that kind of, we're building back up our reserves. And so, my concern, I guess it was more of a rhetorical question, my concern is that we don't have any other funding sources for roads after this program is done, and we have a whole, aside from SB1, I believe, and maybe some other like traffic impacts and things, but for the most part, I'm very concerned about Measure G shifting over to Highway 25, and I just feel like we need to plan for the future at some point, and I'm a believer that we should be setting aside a significant amount of money in the budget each year for the roads, and have it as a standard, and that's what we potentially were going to accomplish just for historical purposes. Last year, when we looked at a year or two ago, when interest rates were very low, we looked at doing a bonding mechanism, not a taxpayer, not a new tax, but a bonding mechanism using general fund dollars, so that we would set aside $3-4 million every year. Interest rates then skyrocketed, so we can't do that anymore. But I'm just putting it out there again that I don't believe we have, once this money is allocated and Measure G shifts over, we're not going to have a lot of money for roads. I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Can I add to that? You're absolutely right, Supervisor Kozmicki. And on 11/9/2021, the board heard a presentation with regards to reserves and using a tiered approach. So we're going to be moving forward with a reserve policy to address, the GOFA standards. And typically, it's about $9.1 million for our operating budget to have 2 months of general fund for operation and expenditures. That's typically it, but the board did move forward with a 3-year, a different approach with a little bit more in reserves, approximately $15 million. So what we'll do is we'll make sure that you guys have a more clear picture with that policy, that request from the board. So you're absolutely right. There was a need to put more in because of emergencies and other things that come up, and to make sure that we are ready for any kind of a downturn, that we could, be agile with that. And then we've been getting hit with every year. It seems like there's emergency after emergency, and so it's been a really good thing that we've had reserves, because we were able to be quick to address some of those issues that come before us. But you're absolutely right. We have to be mindful of the complete overall picture with that. So, yeah, and we can. And I think on the 13th or whatever day it was, I think it's June the 13th. I think we need to come back with a very, very clear picture of total dollar figures, and maybe have this a little bit more deeper conversation on what we need to do with some of these projects. And again, these projects are more one time. So we, in years past, just so the board's aware, we have a new board. Typically in years past, it's been fine to utilize the one-time money for one-time work. It's more difficult to put the one-time money to staffing, and that's something that we typically do not recommend. So with that, no further questions. I'm going to go ahead and invite up Ramon, and Ramon will be covering the first part. Thanks, Steve, for your.
Thank you, supervisors and everyone. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Mike, you got to turn on your mic, Preston. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Ramon Abon, Budget Officer for the county, Madam Chair, members of the board. So I'm going to briefly talk about some budget updates. Thank you, Steve, for getting us started with capital projects and road infrastructure. So next on our list are positions. And, I just want to let the board know that from Government Code 29065, the board members are required to do the following, which is make the recommended budget available to the general public on or before September 8th of each year. And we are on target to make the budget publicly available by June 15th. And like CAO Espinoza mentioned earlier today, our public hearings will be June 26th. So please mark your calendars. So some of the concerns this year are the same we've had throughout the fiscal year and even from a year ago, which are increased demand for services, minimal and stagnant revenues, aging facilities, and deteriorating road infrastructure, everything that we've heard just a few minutes ago. And as Supervisor Kazmicki mentioned, our expenses are growing faster than our revenues. So part of the demand for services are a direct result of county growth. And some of the services that we need are for safety. There's internal and external services needed. So as far as the internal services, that's what's going to bring us to the position requests. Some of the internal services that are growing based on increased county growth and demand for services are HR staff, administrative staff. Here we have a summary. So for new position requests, we have a general fund, additional 12 new positions requested, and that's about 1.4 million almost in new cost to the county. The subvention funds, they have 9.5 new positions that they're requesting, and that's about $1.5 million. And some items to consider are the fact that our local revenue growth from prior years for general fund, which help fund general fund positions, are the following. So from fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 21, we had a $2.8 million growth in revenue. And for fiscal year 21 to 22, the estimated growth a year ago was between $1 and $2 million. However, I reviewed some of the actual numbers from the audited financial statements, and the growth from 21 to 22 was actually $691,000, and so we didn't really see that estimated growth in local revenue, which is property taxes, TOT, sales tax. And so that shows how we're running into that uncertainty, right? It kind of continues. It did play out from fiscal year 21 to 22. We thought we would generate about $1 million or $2 million worth of growth, and we actually came in short for that. And so all these new positions, if they are added, we have to keep in mind that compounding factor due to negotiations. In 2021, there was a 3% COLA that went into effect in 21 and in 22. And I know we're going into negotiations again. So these are some of the things we have to keep in mind when the board decides whether or not to approve completely new positions impacting the general fund. So some of these costs have impacted the general fund. It's been more than $800,000. So that $800,000 was last year's projections, and the actual impact to the general fund for fiscal year '22 was $1.7 million, so that because of the compounding factor for salaries and benefits, what actually happened from fiscal year '21 to '22, the growth in costs for salaries and benefits outpaced the actual growth in general fund tax revenue. So for example, that $691,000 growth in tax revenue was outpaced by that $1.7 million in costs, growth in costs for salaries and benefits only to the general fund. And so it kind of, I don't have a graph to kind of so that you can visualize that, but I mean, just looking at the numbers, you can see that it's a pretty strong impact. There's a stark difference between how our revenues are growing and how the costs of salaries and benefits are outpacing that general fund tax revenue. Now, we do have a recommendation, and I know Ray and I were working late last night along with Henny. Now, we do have a recommendation here for approving funded positions only to a maximum of $431,000. A year ago, the recommendation was $400,000, and I just increased it a little bit. And again, this would be for general fund positions. We want to take a look at unfunded positions and review current staffing for vacant positions. I believe Ray may have some updated information regarding that. So here's the list of new position requests, and the first on the list is the auditor's office. They are requesting an additional auditor accountant 123 series. The CAO's office added a contract management position. The title is to be determined. And the DA's office has a deputy district attorney 2. HR would like to request an HR analyst. OES would like to request an additional emergency services specialist. And IT would like an additional IT support technician. GIS, out of the assessor's office, they'd like to have a geographic information system technician. And then for RMA, we have a senior permit technician. HR, this is a new class, I believe, and that's a risk specialist. And then the CAO has the accounting technician. Ag Commissioner is requesting an ag biologist inspector, and the RMA is looking at a secretary 2. And I think if it's okay with everyone, maybe if there are questions about any of these positions, I think it would be best if maybe the department, if they're here, if someone from the department can add to maybe some reasons behind that request. I did get a little bit of information from everyone. I just feel that it'd be best to hear it directly from the department heads or fiscal officers.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I just will chime in that this is a request, and every year we always get requests for more staff, and we do our due diligence to try to accommodate that. We'd look at other funding sources, and there's another slide that shares subvention funds. So those are typically, are covered through other programming, which is okay, and we'll usually bless that. But if you go back to the general fund, these particular positions are going to be addressed through the general fund. There is one outlier there, the emergency services specialist out of OES. That would be a grant funded position, but it's only for 1 year, and that would have to be an LTP position or a limited term position. That's the only way we would authorize that. However, there would have to be ongoing funding for that position to exist and continue outside of the general fund picking up the difference over the life of that position. One other thing that we did look at, just so the board is clear on, we did evaluate and look at vacancies. That's also been a concern for administration, and I think even the board members, is there's been a lot of vacancies, which there are a lot of vacancies currently. But all of these positions, there are no vacancies within all these offices except for the ag department. The ag department currently has currently is vacant and has an additional vacancy. So there's vacancies there still in the ag department. So with that, I don't know if Henny wants to come up and say a couple words.
Madam Chair, before she says anything, can I just kind of add some historical from last year when we sat and did this? Last year, I can't remember the number of positions that were requested, but it's similar to what we have in front of us. And the board was only allowed 404,000. It wasn't just 400, it was 404. I remember, because I believe the former board gave it all to law enforcement because it was just such a difficult one. So I would agree to have the departments come and explain their need, but it's gonna be a difficult position that we as supervisors are in, and that there's so much demand and need, but there's only so much in the fund. And so it was a hard decision, so I'll let you go ahead and do whatever you need to do, but I've already set my priorities on this list, just looking at it, and I'll keep them to myself until it's time to discuss that. So, thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Hitting Ring with Human Resources. So I just wanted to give you a little breakdown of the requests, especially with the CAO has 2 and then HR has 2 as well. Just a little bit of background. Currently, we have an executive assistant to the CAO/safety program coordinator who is also doing an additional job with accounting of the Cal cards. So it's essentially 3 different jobs with one person right now, which is a very heavy task. So with the recommendations that are up there, we were requesting to separate out some of the positions. So executive to the assistant to the CAO would stay. The safety coordinator, program coordinator would roll into the risk specialist. And the reason why we're requesting for a risk specialist is that the heavy load of the workers' comp claims and risk claims that come through, that person would be a direct point of contact with Trendell, as well as Public Works, HR, County Council. They would be working on keeping just everything time frame wise, claims, a lot of follow-up. There's a lot of chasing documents, filling in blanks for Trendell with the claims and just a lot of questions and stuff, and so it's very hard to stay on task with that. Additionally, the safety program coordinator also does all the safety training, keeps all of that in track for Trendell as well. So that's it's one of the things that the executive assistant does as well. That is just a very heavy load to keep follow up with all the departments, where they are with training, including mandated training. All of that has to be tracked. So that would be what that risk specialist would be doing. The accounting technician also would be a backup to the budget officer for budget, as well as that person's main job would be the claims for the Cal card and work on with the department budget within admin. So that person would directly back up budget officer on that. And then the HR analyst, the reason why I'm requesting it is it's a lot. There's a lot with HR that's, currently I only have myself, the manager, and an analyst. So an additional analyst would add to dividing out more of the analyst level work with departments, a little bit more just to help with workflow. Quite a bit uptick with investigations, processing leaves. We would also incorporate, hopefully in the future, some additional training programs. We also have quite a bit of cleanup with our classification and job specs with writing. Currently, we're working on additional training with our current analysts with the job specs, because there's a lot that needs to be worked through. That's what I have for you. If there's any other questions, anything particular, I'm here to answer any questions.
Madam Chair, too, I don't want to put the board on a spot right now to pick 430,000. I don't think that's appropriate. I think, but I think it'd be great if the department heads want to kind of highlight, if they so choose, the reasons why they have this. I think it's good to have this dialogue with the board right now, but I think on the 13th is when I think we need to then get direction from you on that. And again, there may be a fluctuation in that amount depending on where we stand with a few other things. So there could be more, there could be less, but I think in general it's probably a good figure to go off of. So with that, I don't know if there's any, Joe Paul Gonzalez, our auditor controller.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. I just wanted to clarify that the auditor accountant position request is not really a new position. We have 12 budgeted positions. We had an accounting technician retire in December, and we didn't replace it intentionally for the purpose of converting it to an auditor account position in the next budget year. So that's really our request. We have more of a need in the analytical, part of the office than we do in the clerical.
Question for you. So the position that you didn't fill, and looking at this one instead, what's the differential in terms of, because you're not expanding for the position you didn't, but then you're looking at this. So it really isn't the 171, right? It's a
no.
lesser amount.
Right. Probably, the other positions probably in the range of, well, you have an accounting technician there, of 84,000, so it's really half that amount.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Yes, that's important. Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you, Joe.
that was the only thing.
Thank you, Joe Paul. Any other department heads want to come up? We have our DA, Joe Buchanan.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. So just so the Board of Supervisors and the community is aware, our office represents about 65,000 people with about 6 total prosecutors in the office, including myself. That's a ratio of 1 prosecutor to about 11,000 people. That's one of the worst ratios in the state in terms of what we are delivering to our constituents in terms of prosecutor to population ratio. So that's why we're requesting the additional position. The additional position brings us down closer to a ratio of about 1 to about 10,000, which is much more within the median. It's still the high median of what you see throughout the rest of the state in terms of prosecutors to population ratio. That being said, I do understand the supervisor's concerns in terms of last year, a lot of the funding going to law enforcement positions. Of course, even law enforcement positions, that work does come to our office ultimately. Those arrests are ultimately prosecuted by our office, so this is kind of the backup part of that. That being said, my main goal in this year is to at least get the unfunded FTE created. So going back a couple years, we actually had 7 FTEs for attorney positions. One of those attorney positions was redirected to an investigator position, which put us behind in the attorney aspect of things. But I'm working on obtaining some grants and some other funding as well. There is an additional opportunity. There's a fee that that the county has never imposed that involves real estate fraud. That's $10 per recorded item. That could potentially cover a large portion of my request for an additional position as it is anyways. So I'm looking to get some grant funding, hopefully with a potential domestic violence situation as well. So I'm hoping to get the refurbishment money so I can add the office space, because right now we're maxed out, and then work incrementally to add that position, hopefully mid-year, if I'm able to secure the funding for it. Any questions?
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Oh,
it.
hold on. Do you have a dollar figure on what the real estate fraud and/or domestic violence funds might bring in, a ballpark?
So if I can secure, what I'm hoping to secure is, it looks like from just a brief overview of what the rates would be, potentially about $90,000 on the real estate fee, and then the domestic violence grant that I'm pursuing, I'm only pursuing it at a 0.5 FTE because for populations under 75,000, that's what we'd be pursuing is the 0.5, but that would hopefully cover about $65,000. So that's what I'm looking to do, to kind of put some different funds together and hopefully provide an additional prosecutor to the county at less of an expense to the general fund.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Yeah, we have Abraham Prado, Planning Director.
Thank you so much, CEO Espinosa, for the opportunity. Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. For the RMA department, in particular to the building division, currently the building division operates with 2 building technicians. We have 1 building inspector. We recently, in March, hired the 2nd building inspector, which is great. And then we have the building official. So it's basically five members of the department who make up the building department. And so with the permit technician request, the senior permit technician request, currently we have the 2 permit technicians have been pretty much operating at full capacity. They've maxed out on their steps for various years. And as you can tell, the department has been very busy over the past years, a lot of activity. And just to let you know, in this next year, or currently what we're expecting is, for example, promontory 90 residential units, which is currently under construction. About half of them have been already complete, but we still have to process the other half. We have San Juan Oaks, that has been pretty much all infrastructure is pretty much finalizing. The vertical construction, though, is about to start. So that's 1,084 residential units. We have Santana Ranch, 1,092 units. About half of them have already been constructed. We have another half coming up. And then the commercial component as well. We've been in meetings with them, and they've already provided some preliminary designs for the commercial component. So that's coming up. We have Vista del Calabria, 149 residential units under construction, and over 100 residential units still need building permits for that project. The Bedabao commercial project has also been approved by the board and currently under litigation, but that is something that is expected if everything goes well with the litigation. And that's just what we have on the pipeline. There's so many miscellaneous daily, information. People want information on how to, submit a building permit. People want to do things on their property. So essentially the request is to provide a potential incentive, hopeful for retention, and the goal would be to eliminate the one building, if all works well, have that senior permit technician and eliminate one existing. So that is a hope for the position.
Madam Chair. So just a quick question, since you would ultimately eliminate, it's the same question kind of that Supervisor Gonzalez had with the auditor's accountant position. Would that be the price, or would it be reduced by the eliminated position?
My understanding is that it would be reduced by the eliminated position, working out the details, but we're still in the process of working that out with Henny and Ramon and Kevin in our department.
So out of these 2 departments, these aren't actual requests for more staff, it's a replacement position that will eliminate a lower level position. If we could kind of get those numbers shown so that.
Yeah, what we'll do on the
reflected.
13th is we'll define more clearly what that actual number would be. So if it's going to be 20, 30,000, or it's going to be 60,000 for a department, then we'll have a more accurate number.
Yeah, the compounded effects when you're doing that are not nearly as severe as a new position. So I just want to point that out.
Madam Chair? Yeah, and I would prefer to have a firm answer on eliminating, not eliminating, before we approve a new position. I would rather not go into it as a possibility. And then the other part of this is if there are additional staffing costs because we have more of a workload because of all the development, is there a mechanism to have the development community contribute toward that? Or is this part of the larger impact fee discussion, and does it just increase the urgency for us to really get going on the impact fee update?
Very well.
And just so you know, we are working on the impact fee update. Manny actually, Gonzalez is working on that, finalizing it. I do know that there are some standard fees as well that we need to readdress or look at too. So that will also have a direct impact on operations in particular, like these positions. That would be more directly impacting this.
Thank you, CAO Espinosa. Yeah, and part of the building permit costs are, pretty much covering staff costs as well, and we have the numbers of all the amounts that were generated last fiscal year as well, based on all the building permits that were processed and so forth. We can provide that to you.
Madam Chair, I want to piggyback on both Supervisor Kosmicki and the CAO. I really would like to see an update of fees by departments when the last time their fees were reviewed. I think it will help us try and, if we're having this much of an impact in our departments and our fee structures are not being updated with the cost of living and the impacts of our services. I know we have such a limited funding stream, but those fees that departments have, those, not to say it, those onesie, twosie dollars here and there, every penny, like Ramon says, every penny counts. It really can add up. So if we could have a full review of each department and their fees, and maybe open the conversation of services that we are not charging for that we should be charging for. I know that's a very broad statement, but I know some areas that might.
Yeah, and I think you bring up a really good point. There are some fees that have escalators, automatic escalators, CPI associated with it. So I think that's something that we probably really need to look at too. Just because we're so limited with staff, we have so much turnover. Just making sure we're capturing those funds, I think it'd be.
And I know it's a big ask on departments. I know it's a super hard thing sometimes to calculate those fees. I had a great boss that helped me in my department with those fees, and I can't thank him enough because it really does make a difference for the overall services from each department. Okay, thank you.
We'll make sure we get that to you.
And Abraham, question for you.
Sure.
What was the adjusted amount then that would be for that position for the senior permit tech if you were able to offset it with what you didn't feel, like the way the auditor's office did? What was that figure?
That's a really good question, Supervisor Gonzalez. I'll work with Henny and Ramon on that, and we can provide that information to you.
And this is what we did last year, is we had the departments, they gave concessions, was, okay, I don't need a full-time, I can take in half. And so the departments were all able to work together. And though most of the positions that we funded were law enforcement, the departments were able to help us come to an amicable solution. So that's what I'm hoping that we can do. And just, for the record, the public believes that we're top-heavy on admin, so I'm going to be reluctant to give anything to the admin. I'd rather focus the attention on the departments, because the departments are the ones that are actually dealing with the population and the community. And so I want to stretch the dollars to the various departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abraham. Appreciate it. Any other department heads? We got Chris from OES, and then we'll have Tom follow. Tom Slavich.
Morning. Chris Mangano, Office of Emergency Services. We received a grant fund from Bay Area UWASI that extends through June 30th of 2024 for the title of the position is a resiliency planner. What that really means is that person would be responsible to assist our staff currently of 2 to work with our nonprofits, to do more community preparedness, more training, and basically work with the public in addition to assist with some internal projects that we have that we're responsible for. So it is grant funded for 1 year. We will request the grant again, but unfortunately there's no guarantee that we would receive it, but it is funded for the first year.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that.
Madam Chair. So on that note, because it's grant funded, that's always, I'm always a little wary about that.
Right, that's why we put it in for a position in addition. Otherwise, we'd have to hire a temporary
So the one up there, that's not the position you're?
That
or
is.
Okay, you used a different terminology, so I just want
Well,
to make sure.
that's the title that would work, emergency services specialist, but the title, they would be doing more resiliency planning
Okay.
for our office.
But you would have an understanding that in June 24, if you don't get that grant, that person would be
We are
eliminated.
hoping to get approval, and if we can keep them in the budget, that's our goal. Because to hire somebody for 1 year or temporary would be very unlikely.
But that's the problem here, is that,
Correct. So we would
No.
come to the board again if we didn't get the,
so you
grant.
would, there's potential you'd be coming back asking for 120 or whatever next year out of the general fund. just
right,
so
if
that
we did not get
That's clear.
the grant.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
We are funded for 3 positions in our office. We have not, we've been without that position filled for, I believe, 2.5 years. So we would be shifting a position that we're eligible for to this.
Madam Chair, I just also want to go on the record that with the last 6 months, with the floods that we dealt with and everything with OES, FEMA, and so forth, your department has been tapped. And I know that both you and Madison were working 24/7 out of your office, sleeping in your chairs. And we know how uncomfortable that was for you. And so that would be my preference too, is to fund that for the year, and hopefully you can get the next grant, year after year. But I know you all need help in that department. And as I said, we as a board really need to consider the services that the individual departments are providing to the public, to the community, and not so much, where it's more of a administerial kind of a situation. And so I would lean toward that, when we make our decision. But I know you guys are short and you are taxed, and who knows when the next emergency is gonna happen. And so, thank you.
And there's a couple of options that we can work with Chris on and bring back to your board on the 13th. Obviously, I think the first and foremost is we can bring somebody on as an LTP, and then that's a limited term personnel or person, and have it, the TTL on it last till the end of the grant, and then maybe have to come back to your board if we have to use existing funds from them, from their office, and remove a position. But I think we would have to plan for that and probably have to strategize that and make sure there has to be checks and balances, because what happens is new personnel changes, whatever. We just want to make sure that it's covered. So I'll have to talk to Chris about that a little more and come back to your board. So.
I know this is going to be an unusual comment, and please don't think that I'm asking for more requests of positions, because being someone that is normally standing there and now sitting here, I know how hard this is, and I know how tough this decision is going to be on these positions. My only comment is roads are such a priority to us, and our roads crew has not increased to the level it was prior to the 2012. Is there a reason why we're not seeing a request to help support roads more effectively from, and I know Steve can't comment.
I believe is he still on? I know he was going to be listening. I specifically asked him the exact same question. Yeah. And can you please talk about the status of that? I know that we had a conversation, I don't know, Steve, a week, 2 weeks ago. I don't remember. One of the concerns he had is, hey, Ray, we need more, and we need to fund these positions. Believe he has positions that they're not funded. He has allocations, but they're not funded. I said, well, we need to make sure that the board hears that. So I asked him to put that on, and I don't know. Steve, can you comment on that, please?
Yeah, can you hear me, everyone?
Yes.
We can hear you, yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, I apologize about the airport, but yeah, so we're trying to fill one more position of road maintenance worker. And when we do that, that triggers unfreezing up to 4 positions. So that was kind of the protocol, but what I will suggest is, instead of the secretary 2 position that we requested, just because we have a lot of paperwork at engineering public works, maybe at least swap that out with one of those additional road workers and make that change. I'll work with Ramon so that we didn't freeze at least one of those positions. Again, if the board would like to unfreeze all four, that would be great. But after we hire this last approved position, then I'd recommend we at least unfreeze one more of the frozen ones and replace that with Secretary 2 that's currently proposed.
Thank you, Steve. And if we could maybe have an offline conversation about roads equipment versus staff qualifications of utilizing certain equipment, and if we're utilizing everything that we have purchased and our staff is able to utilize these. I understand there's equipment out there that we need some special training on, and if we can't utilize the equipment, then maybe just an offline conversation. I just would like to educate myself more. I hear rumors, and I'm not stating any of its fact. It's just what I'm hearing.
Those are actually good discussion topics, and we can absolutely discuss those offline. And thanks for the input. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve.
Madam Chair.
And I'm going to start to prepare to leave, so I apologize if I'm disruptive. I'll try and be
Safe
as quiet.
travels. Yes. I just wanted to add regarding the roads. Last year, this board, the former board, is we prioritized the road crew, and we gave them a bump in pay and compensation that created disparity throughout the community. And I know that there were some issues in terms of other county employees that didn't receive that. So I just want to be cognizant that if we do any preferential treatment to the roads department, that we make sure that we're transparent, we're fair, and we're cautious, because it did create issues with pay scale, benefits to union members and so forth. And so I just want to go on the record for that.
And I'll just, if I may, I'd like to add a little bit. One of the concerns and the reasons for doing so was the issues of hiring. We weren't able to fill those positions, so we had to increase the salaries to have a better recruitment. And thanks, Steve, we're almost there. We have one more position to fill, and ultimately that was one of the concerns that we have is, want to make sure all the vacancies are filled before there's a request to the board. But I also think with regards to the amount of work and the floods and the other things that are occurring, there is probably a greater need to address that, to bring in more people. So we can talk about that more offline. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Tom?
And Madam Chair, as long as we're just on this and Angela's, or Supervisor Curl's about to leave, I support unfreezing those positions. I just want to be very clear about that now, and I think that should be at the top of the priority list. And we're, I know some of these we're switching positions in for positions vacancies, and I understand those scenarios, but as far as adding new costs to the budget, to me, the 4 road positions should be the top priority. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tom Slavich, County Assessor. As you know, GIS now is in the assessor's office, and we're lucky to have Renee in there. He's doing a great job, but he needs a little help. And what we're doing is we're asking for a GIS tech position. Currently, we already have that position as part-time, and I think the cost in that is maybe a little under $40,000 per year. So we're asking for a full-time, and the cost will bump up a little over $60,000 per year. But as you know, GIS is important, very important with all the floods we had this year. Getting all the information out to the public and to other agencies is really crucial during a natural disaster. So we're just asking, to get that position bumped up from half-time to full-time. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. One more. Sure. Come on up.
Good morning. I'd met most of you just briefly at your retreat a while back. My name is David Gonzalez. I am a university employee that is in cooperation with your county, and I work over in the Agricultural Commissioner's compound over there, and I'm in charge of the Ag Extension and Cooperative Extension for your county, as well as Monterey and Santa Cruz. So it's a cooperative agreement to split. The university pays my salary 100%, so just so everybody understands that. We partner with the county for some services. You guys provide us an office over in the Ag Extension. You provide some support clerical, and you supply a few vehicles for us. The university provides myself as the administrator for all of our advisors. There are going to be 3. There are 2 advisors currently housed here. You have a range land specialist that works out with fires and your range land property owners here and does ag research and trying to right now they're currently mainly working on some fire issues and some range issues. You have a fire specialist here that's worked, another employee by the university. My priority here before I was hired was bring on some more youth and outreach and some food insecurity reach. The university's approved another position which we're currently recruiting. University fully paid. They'll be housed here in your county. And as well as we're working on a Master Gardener program to expand that to help with some diversion for waste with your solid waste department, as well as some food insecurities and some student outreach in the schools. Leveraging that, your ag community here, all the other advisors in my other 2 counties work cooperatively for your county as well. So they're 13 and they're growing probably 16 within a year's time. So Glenda, our vice president for the university, has made a commitment to this community as well as both the senators and assembly members here about getting funds here to protect our agricultural and our resources here. So I just wanted to explain that. Some people, I'm an odd duck. I'm your department head, and Ray and Ramon have been outstanding to welcome me into your community. I've just recently moved here, and I'm very, very happy to be here. Just wanted to put that out there for you guys. We do ask for some small resources and trying to get some administrative help, because what our advisors do is they leverage money for grants. You'd asked about what they're going to do. It's about 10 to 1 for $1 that's provided here. So if you provide us $50,000, they're going to bring in $500,000 or more generally every year. And that is how their salaries are eventually paid by the university, through either special direct funds from, like Senator Laird just provided a bunch of funds for all these positions. And my job is to fight for them to bring them here. So you ask about that leveraging, that's what our advisors do. And that's my job, is to make sure that they go after those and manage them. And what we ask for is that support to make sure those funds are allocated, that they meet the goals, and they're expended properly. That's my job, to make sure we are in compliance so we get more funds. So we are working together to try to get some administrative help. It's part-time positions. I'm hoping that'll work through that. It was an odd place to be here, so I stood up to just raise my hand. I think it's about $40,000 is what we're asking for a part-time position. University, not county funded, no legs, no tail end of that, so to saw the benefits side of it. So I'll leave it at that as a university position. So happy to answer any questions, and I'm like to meet all of you, take you to lunch, get to know you guys all better, so I can become part of this community and help grow. There's a couple big programs that are near and dear to me. This 4-H position is going to be part of that, as well as the Master Gardeners program. So I'm sorry to take up so much time, but thank you for the opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much.
I just have a quick question. So is this in addition to the Ag Commissioner's request for the Ag Biologist Inspector, or is this the same?
We're just housed there. It's a totally separate department.
Okay, so that's not even on.
It's
that
not even on there.
$40,000
That's why I oddly stood up. You actually contract with us to
Okay.
provide services, and the university pays those employees and managers.
So would this be somewhere else,
We'll have to,
Ray,
no,
that we would?
we'll have to add that on there. I don't think Ramon, did you add that, Ramon? No, I don't think he added
Okay.
it to the list. So
Thank you. Thank you for being here in our community.
Yeah, just
and
being upfront. I want to make sure you guys know that. You got a tough place to be. I've sat.
Thank you so much.
Position, so happy to help.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, no worries. All right, I don't see any other department heads, so we're going to go ahead and move on. Ramon, can you wrap up on the, there's one more slide, actually a couple more slides. One is the nonprofits. There was a request from your board to provide detailed information with regards to nonprofits and the segregation of the funding. along with kind of where we stand from a revenues expenditure point of view. So I know we have some folks waiting for the next session, so we'll go ahead and move forward through this.
So here's a list of the nonprofits for senior groups and some historical information as far as funding or budgeted levels. So we have Advocacy Incorporated, Jóvenes de Antaño, Senior Citizens Legal Services, Senior Council of Santa Cruz and San Benito. And this shows the contract amounts for fiscal years 22, 23, 20, and projections for 24, 25.
I just wanted to highlight to the board that this was a group, the senior group, that was approved from past board with a CPI escalator, as you could see every year that actually escalates. So there's the dollar figures there for you. I'll go ahead and move on to the next one.
Wait, can we go back to the previous screen? That page there causes me great heartache. And the reason I say that, last year, you know, this past Saturday was the renaming of the Pauline Valdivia Memorial Community Center. And the $40,000 to the Jóvenes, I kind of feel partly responsible for, because when I asked for an increase last year from the Jóvenes, I inadvertently took the funding away from the Chamber of Commerce. And I know that this is nonprofits and the $80,000 that we have, and I do not want to remove funds from the senior citizen. Unfortunately, Angela's not here. Supervisor Curro and I met with Clay Kemp with the AAA, the Area Association on Aging, Alliance on Aging, and we were looking at the way the Jóvenes and all of the seniors are funded. So I'm reluctant to do anything with that $80,000 the way it's allocated. But, and I saw your next page, Chamber of Commerce 500, that doesn't bode well for me or sit well. So I don't know if this is something that we can look at as a board to see if the 80,000 needs to stay as is. But I just wanted to have that one on the record. Yeah, I felt bad, the consequence of what happened, and I didn't know my urging and my advocacy for the Jóvenes would have done what it did, but there was a legitimate consequence, and so I just want to be mindful of that and make sure the current board is understanding that. That's it.
Yeah, and just so the contractor amount originally was 80, and over the years it's increased. So this year for 23-24 budget, it'll actually be $87,418 and change. So that number is actually increasing every year. So that number will be a little higher than 80 from our original contracts that we had. And go to the next one, because I think that's what Supervisor Gonzalez is talking about. With regards to, there was a line item, the $35,750 line item there. The Conservation District, there was a request there. They're not a nonprofit, but we labeled it nonprofit and district. There was an amount that the board historically. Now your board can do whatever you want to do. You can change things. You can change policy. With regards to this, there was $100,000 allocated to Economic Development Corporation, and 50 that would be specific to nonprofits or other funding locations you want to put the money to, a district like in this case. So there has been a request from the Conservation District. That line item at one time was the Chamber of Commerce. So there was an allocation of funding, I think what Supervisor Gonzalez just mentioned occurred, and moving the funding. And so it's really an open discussion with your board, whatever you want to do. Give us some direction, and we can codify it on the 13th of June and just bring it back to the board for the 26th for adoption.
So when can we have conversation on these allocations on this page? Would that be now?
Right
Would that
now.
be the 13th?
Right now.
Okay. No, yeah, and so again, I apologize if I offend anyone in the next words that come out of my mouth, but in the words of Supervisor Hernandez, we need metrics. we need metrics to prove that the money that we are giving to a group, an organization, it's money well spent and invested. And I know that the very last item, $100,000 to the Economic Development Corporation, again, I am not chastising the current management, but I know the city of Hollister gives 100,000, we give 100,000, and I would like to know, what do we get for our money in terms of the economic development? I am not on the Economic Development Committee, as is Supervisor Curl and Sotelo, and they may see what I don't see, but out of the $150,000 budgeted, that's 2/3 right there to one group. And so I want to make sure the rest of us understand, and maybe a reallocation. And then if you can explain a little bit about what the Resource Conservation District is, and when they came into this budget amount?
I believe they came to the board earlier this year and requested the $25,000 for fiscal year 22-23.
And actually, we had a contract with them, multiple contracts with them, I think since 2019, 2018, I don't recall the exact dates, years, I should say, but we've had multiple contracts with them to provide funding for them. I do know that there was a discussion with their executive officer of them actually, us providing funding for them and them leveraging clean out of the creeks and riverbeds as well. And I think we had a conversation with your board with that too. So that's where that came from. I just wanted to highlight
And
that.
I can also speak to that a little bit, just because I went to their meeting, the Resource Conservation District meeting a few weeks ago, and I'm sure they'd be willing to come and present and talk to us. But yeah, it was for the stream cleanup, and then they've already gotten a few grants with that money. They are working on that. I know they've gotten a few. I haven't seen metrics on what exactly they've done at this point. 35,000 isn't very much to clean out the streams. According to them, it's really not going to do much. That's more of a groundwork, they said, to be able to get more money and just kind of start the whole district back up. So, but they'd be happy to come present, I'm sure.
And if I remember that conversation, it was $25,000 to RCD. I'm not sure who the 10,000.
Yeah, sorry. So if you look right there, inside the organization, in that line item, Resource Conservation District, 25,000. The $10,000 was that line item was total of $35,750. So 10,000's available. It's free
Gotcha.
for whatever else you want to put it to.
Okay, and
in that group.
if I can remember the conversation going back to the RCD, was that they were really seeking aggressively grant funding, and they were doing all of this work, everything from looking at stream beds to fire mitigation, and they really needed help with covering some kind of costs and of operations and overhead. So there was not a specific metric box that they were supposed to be fixing or filling out and checking off. This really was to help them with their operations this year, to kind of really leverage and get some hopefully additional grant funding. They've secured quite a bit of grant funding. I can't tell you exactly what it is, but they've actually been pretty successful. They're doing some amazing things for our community that I think are really incredibly beneficial, and will help us moving into the future. I don't know if this is something that possibly we could talk to like Assemblyman Rivas, but about funding or getting more funding for members kind of statewide. But I think that it's a really important thing for us to be funding. I think they're doing a lot of really great work for us. So anyways, I just wanted to add that it wasn't, I feel like we keep going back and it was, hey, they were supposed to do this for $25,000, fix our stream beds, and that was not exactly what happened with that. So.
And again, it was just a suggestion of what they could do. And I just got a point of clarity on that. We have $25,000. This year, their particular ask is $20,000, and the following year is $25,000. So just so we have clarity with it. So there is a potential of $5,000 extra dollars there, a total of 15 free in this budget area.
And then we also have the $75,000 ask from REACH as well, right?
Yeah, you have a great memory. Yes, yeah, that's
Thank you.
correct.
Sometimes. Yeah, I just remember that, we received that request as well from REACH. So,
Chair, excuse me.
Madam Ch-
Supervisor Crow's on the line. I believe she wanted to comment as well.
okay. Okay, go ahead and open it up to Supervisor Curro, please.
Supervisor Curro, you are unmuted.
Is this an issue?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. On the Resource Conservation District, has it been confirmed? Is that district I know it's a special district, but as it's been formed, does it have any TRAs, tax rate areas? As a special district, they can go through the Prop 218 process. And I just don't know enough about that district because it was never part of anything that I worked with from the elections side. And I just want to know, is there a way that we can research or county council can get a little more information so that it's not, I don't want to start a precedent. I'm very supportive of the Resource Conservation District, but I don't want to start a precedent of funding special districts. If they are special districts and they have TRAs, they should be going through their proper channels of funding themselves. If we are responsible for funding and that's how they get their funding and they don't have TRAs, I'm very supportive because of the stream bed cleanup and the fire mitigation measures that they are working on in our county. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Madam Chair. I think it definitely look further at the Resource Conservation District. I support them. I've sat down with them. I understand the importance of it, and they actually are providing the so-called metric. They're providing something, a direct service to the community that is very, very much needed. So I think if we do have to fund it, if there aren't other sources, we certainly are getting our bang for the buck with $36,000 on that. I appreciate Supervisor Gonzalez bringing up metrics because the Chamber of Commerce has not provided metrics. They never have. It's always, essentially it's been a subsidy to the Chamber. And so if we're going to talk about EDC providing metrics, we have to hold other nonprofits who are working in economic development to the same standards. So our staff has already been very clear that that funding was not on the table because the Chamber has acknowledged that it is a subsidy to their organization. And again, there are like 150 nonprofits in the community. If the county wants to get into the business of subsidizing one nonprofit, then we should really just throw our arms up in the air and stop everything we're doing and just fund all the nonprofits. As far as this list here, I've been very consistent about this issue. It probably hasn't gained me many friends in the nonprofit community, but when I'm sitting here talking about county positions and roads and facilities, and we have negotiations that are coming up here. This is not a priority as far as our number one job is to provide infrastructure, to provide services, to provide county functions. Nonprofits have the ability to go out and fundraise, and if really that should really be the main function of that should be how they get their money as far as I'm concerned. And the Chamber of Commerce also has a chamber foundation, which is specifically set up to fund, to raise money for that organization. Other than the Resource Conservation District possibility, I don't support any of these. I would be willing to listen to the EDC, Economic Development. I'm not on that committee, but I haven't seen anything in the 2.5 years that I've been on this board as far as any benefit that we've gotten from that very, very significant investment. That's basically a position in our county. So I think we have to have a very serious discussion about whether it's time to get ourselves out of that arrangement. And other than that, that's all I have. Thank you.
So I would just say with the EDC, it seems like there's been a lot of conversations lately about that. However, we did enter into an MOU back in 2019, 2020, and it was for 5 years. So 2023, 2024 would be the final year of that MOU. So I don't know, can we get out of the $100,000?
It's not a firm contract. I'm sorry for you asking.
No.
I was on economic development when we made that arrangement. There is no, it's not something that is, we're not stuck to it. There certainly are clauses in
There's
there. Barbara, somebody can come back, but that is not we're gonna give you, we basically had the conversation. If there's a recession or if there's a change of viewpoints on the board, then we have to have the ability to be back out of that arrangement. And so we can certainly firm that up, but just to give you my recollection of that discussion when it happened.
Okay.
Yeah, I concur. There is we can get out of the contract. I just don't know the exact terms, if it's 30 days or 90 days or whatever it is, but we can.
Okay.
Madam Chair. Yeah, so with this list, I have some thoughts. I have similar thoughts to Supervisor Kosmicki as far as a lot of these groups. And I know the big one's the EDC as far as the money involved in it. I mean, that's really the big one. The other one's, Monterey Bay Area Economic Partnership membership, 5,000. It's not much, but I don't really know what we get out of that. I went to their little breakfast. It was nice. It was cute. Sort of just feels like a pseudo socialite event. I don't really know what they do for us specifically. Same with I would say Monterey County Business Council membership. So I'm just kind of in the same mindset as that. Unless we can somehow quantify some sort of benefit from these different memberships that we're paying, I don't really see a need for it. Even though it's small, it's just principally, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me as well. So that's it.
So I would disagree with that. Sorry. I just think it's so incredibly important that we stay regionally connected. And sometimes we're out here all alone, and sometimes leveraging some of those funds and resources and trainings and different things like that, it's incredibly beneficial for us to be connected regionally. So I would hate to see us discontinue all of these different things. So I wouldn't be in favor of that, but that's just my 2 cents on that.
Can we bring this item back for discussion with all 5 of us are here and kind of pitch our pitch and then kind of find a majority decision on which ones go and which ones stay?
Yeah, we can do
Okay.
that. We'll bring it back on the 13th.
How do we do that though or do we at that time ask, like, since REACH has formally asked, do we invite REACH to come and?
Yeah. Ultimately, just keep this in mind. We can budget, so this is a $150,000 budget. You can plug in other folks, take people out if you want, or we can budget a little bit more if we need to. So that's not, this is very small in the big scheme of things. So I don't worry about this too much. So, but we can invite all parties on the 13th and have them here.
If we augmented this number, do we have a cap?
Well, I would say it's 150 based on all our conversations. But what I'm saying is that if the board so chooses as a whole to make a change, whether it's 130, 145, or 160, I mean, that is, you can provide us direction on the 13th, and it won't be a major issue, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
And is there a specific reason REACH wasn't on the list, or is that just a minor error?
Yeah, I believe we just... we did not put it on here. It is basically what we try to do is illustrate what we've been doing in years past. So that's what this is. And your board wanted to know, like, okay, well, can you please define, like, because it is a little complicated, like with nonprofits, okay, well, there's a certain segment that the board was very clear on, in past boards, I should say, were very clear that they wanted to keep those, if you can go back to the page, go back a page, keep these senior groups intact and have an escalator. So we wanted to kind of clearly define what that meant and with the CPI, so it automatically increase every year. The other page, the next page, was just kind of who we had in here and who we've been providing services for. So that was mainly it. We didn't add that in there, and we did, have it at the last board meeting. And so if your board wants to add money to that, we can do that.
Madam Chair, just again in response to that, so Reach puts in a request for $75,000. They're one of, again, 150 nonprofits or so. If we're gonna go down the road of encouraging or embracing this sort of request, then I think we have to, again, put out a notice of funding availability to all 150 nonprofits so that everybody has the opportunity to put in similar requests. And I will just add that the Reach Samuel Parks Foundation was actually set up to raise money for the county, to raise money for the parks. And now we're talking about putting a whole position, again, a whole county position worth of money on an annual basis toward an organization whose role is really to raise money for the parks for us. Thank you.
So with that, we'll bring this back, and then we'll make sure that we invite some folks on the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
And so I know, Ramon, we have some folks waiting, so if you can just go to be brief on this next slide, and then we'll move forward, unless the board has more questions. But we wanted to just kind of give you a brief on the expenses and revenues, and provide some background of where we're at, and what we've had this last year, and kind of what we're projecting for this year overall.
There's a lot on this one. So maybe we'll start with a summary at the bottom. I think one of the questions that came up at a previous board meeting was, where are we today, kind of big picture overview for current fiscal year. And so that's what we have up here right now. So for current fiscal year, even though it says calendar, the adopted budget for current fiscal year was 47 million in revenues and 67 million in expenses. So this is what was adopted a year ago for general fund. And so here's where we are.
May I interrupt? Do we have a copy of that? I don't see it on the spreadsheet presentation nor a hard copy.
That one was updated this morning, and I didn't get a chance to.
You can't put numbers on the screen that we can't see, especially if we have to. I don't mean to be rude,
It's okay.
but I can't see. Those are like little blurs, little ants on the screen. I'm searching all over the place, and I hear you talking, but it means nothing to me if I can't correlate them to a document and make my notes. Again, I don't mean to be difficult, but I demand transparency.
I'll make sure to print it out next time. I apologize for that.
Okay.
So I made this a little larger. I hope it's maybe somewhat legible now from a distance. So all I wanted to do was show the adopted budget, so whatever was adopted a year ago for current fiscal year, and where we are to date based on actual numbers from the county's financial system. So this is information that has posted to the financial system as of Friday. And so we are at $57 million worth of revenues, which is more than what that was budgeted. And expenses are at 54 million. So right now we're looking at a surplus of $2.5 million to date. Now I don't know that will end up in the black. However, based on how things are looking, we do see the potential of ending the fiscal year well for the general fund.
And typically we do, and typically the very last quarter is where we receive most of our property tax. So typically the revenues actually are even greater at the very end of the year. So just as a FYI with that. Go ahead and go to yep.
And then the next
Just really quickly, how come it's so off? I mean, you've received $10 million more in revenue, and your expenses are, what is it, 13 million lower? How come we're so off? Is that we just don't have all the final numbers yet, or we just overestimated?
It's possible that the revenues were underestimated a year ago. And as far as the expenses are a lot higher in the adopted budget because a lot of those expenses are related to like the capital projects, and a lot of those projects costs were not incurred during the current fiscal year, and so that's kind of what has been happening historically.
That's what we just talked about, what I stated earlier. Typically what we use is our reserves or fund balance for one-time projects. And that's what that difference typically is. But, again, we have vacancies, we have, the projects aren't complete, so there's typically a lag, and it usually gets spread out over a period of time.
So this next section of the spreadsheet is, I wanted to look at budget projections based on whatever was in the software we use for budgeting and projections. So a year ago, for the general fund, we had $52 million in revenue projected and $84 million in expenses projected. So the information I reviewed from a year ago indicated a use of fund balance of almost $32 million. And so this year, based on information to date, we're looking at $10 million more in additional revenue and $12 million more in expenses. Now the bottom line is there's about a $2 million increase in use of fund balance. However, again, some of the information, if we look at the $33 million use of fund balance for next fiscal year, we have to keep in mind that of that 33 million, 10 million is going to be coming from ARPA money, which is sitting in restricted fund balance. So that, will really reduce that amount by the 10 million. And I think in a year ago, it was probably similar, that 31 million in use of fund balance was planned for ARPA monies to cover some of that.
As well as the other projects, the road projects and other funds. So in general, from an operating point of view, you look at the other side, it's about a $2 million. It's actually grayed out, looks like. But we will, on the 13th, have a very clear, definitive dollar figure. And because this is not, he just did a comparison yesterday night or early this morning or whenever to view last year's versus this year's, and it's not accurate. I mean, it's accurate, but he's missing other projects that need to be put in there. So we will work on that some more. Yeah. So with that, that's all we have. And if there's any questions from the board or from the public.
We'll open it up to public comment, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. No public comment at this time.
Are there any final comments, questions from the board? No?
So I want to thank Ramon. I want to thank all the department heads. Really appreciate it, all their time and effort and energy. I will say we have still some more work to do. To make sure that there's a little bit more clearer picture for the board on the 13th and in June. But I think in general, some of the ask or some of the requests that the department heads have, in general as well, I just wanted to be clear that this doesn't really depict it very well, was pretty much status quo from last year in general, in a general sense. It's not overly, there's not a lot of extravagant asks. There's a couple of items that I wanted to make sure the board was aware of. In the planning department, I believe there is a approximately $1.5 million ask for a general plan update. There's some things like that I do know that we have to free up some funding for the roads crew that was discussed earlier, so that's going to be a few $100,000 there, and a few other things. But in general, we're pretty much status quo on the services and supplies from the request from the board, other than the positions that were just requested, which is not significant compared to last year. I think last year was in the 20 range, and we were close to 2.5 million, if I recall, on the request, 2.1, 2.2 million. So I think in general, it's a pretty much a status quo budget with some few changes. So with that, we'll do some more homework and make it more clear for the board on the 13th. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Barbara, do
Closed
you need to report us going into closed session at all?
No, just take public comment.
Okay. Do we have any public comment for closed session?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. No public comment at this time.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and go into closed session. 7:44, returning from closed session. Do we have anything to report out?
No reportable action.
Can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
4-0. Thank you.
I don't know why I thought you were kidding. I thought you were giving me like a.